Alright, we're here! We're at the Minecraft, let's go! Streams be streaming. Mods are even more amazing and powerful than before. Beware, chat. Fox knows the future. That's... You're gonna say something. He's already gonna know it. But how are we all doing? How's our evening going? Hopefully good. Going pretty alright over here. Busy day, doing chores, cleaning up, doing all my laundry. Kinda hate that, but, you know, here we are, laundering. And yeah, now it's time for some Minecraft. I'm gonna go ahead and jump right on in because why not? And yeah, how's everybody doing? I have collected a fair amount of Nautilus armor since last time. It is very exciting. We have much Nautilus. No additional diamond or gold armors, however, but I did get 2 iron, so we have a few more things. We're a little more outfitted. I've been trying to clean up. Yeah, it is more copper than I had earlier by a couple. I was still out there looking one last pass at a few things that I could see on the map, and so I ended up, I think, with like 2 or 3 more copper ones. I also realized that copper is the lowest tier, which I forget that. I just wanted to see if we could find 1 more diamond Nautilus armor. The answer was no. I could not do that thing. So I think for the moment we are pretty much done with the Nautilus armor hunt. Unless somebody would like Nautilus armor for some reason or another. Clearly I make like a small Nautilus armor pop-up shop. And just sell the small handful of them. I think we're safe since Alyssa can't breed them for stats. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. What would we think, Fox, that a Nautilus shop would look like? Because I don't think it'd be worth building like a full-on Nautilus shell block store. Like, what else would this store sell? It'd be an interesting challenge to try to make a Nautilus shell as a building, and it'd probably look really cool, to be fair. But like, what else would the store sell? So why does this one blink red every so often? Or does it feel like he's getting lighting different? Not sure. Because it's taking damage? What is it taking damage from? I mean, I guess I can move them. Whoops. Yeah, I'll move them a little bit. See what's happening. Not the Nautilus Dormant Nexus. Nautilus shells. Yeah, I mean, the shop could sell Nautilus shells. That does seem deeply unnecessary. It could sell all the weird miscellaneous ocean loot, but... Okay, what was I getting? I was getting a fence post. Do I have a crafted one by chance in any of these boxes for fun? Ew. It's birch. What I do. And also, what's up, X? How you doing? Welcome in. Okay, so I went Canadian grocery shopping today. The bagged milk is real. I can report. Good to know. I figured they were telling the truth about the bagged milk. That'd be a really weird thing to lie about. Did you buy some bagged milk? Oh, that's a weird one. 3.25% milk. Kind of curious if what's happening over here is actually the fucked up water. I gotta fix this someday. But I'm not really sure what a good way to to do that would be. The other 96.75 was maple syrup, actually. Okay, see, message the designated Canadian. I'm assuming this is Nim. And she was like, oh, do you not have homo milk in America? What does it mean? Homogenized. Okay. We call it whole milk. Oh. Yeah, we do have whole milk. Is that what 3.25 is? What is 3.25? I go away. Collect every wood item out of these chests. Whoa, warped is not a wood item. Mangroves. Okay, we're out of space for wood items. The whole milk. Homo milk is the grocery store. Homo milk in the grocery store is this is the future the liberals want. Hey Joe, good thing I've had this meme since 2005. Now I have a use for it. And Hux, it's me. I'm liberals. Let's see what this link is. Excellent, excellent. In Canada, milk comes in bags. Liberals was Ox's nickname back in high school. Yeah, that's pretty good. Back to Minecraft. Oh, also, actually, since we're like already slightly off, look at this bird. Look at this guy that I got government assigned as the desktop background for today. That sure is a bird. It absolutely was not. I was the conservative arguer. I am not proud of that period. Back to the Minecraft. But how are you doing, Joe? Hope it's a good time where you are. We're going to sort some stuff really quick, and then we're going to work on our nether tunnel. Hooray. All right. That's a fence. Fence should go here. Actual true logs here, and I guess stripped logs should go here too. Planks in the planks. There's stuff here. Well, you do love a good character art though, Vex. Character development is pretty cool, and we should all strive to try it. Just another day in paradise. I believe that checks out. Do you have any wood items in here? Oh, we do have wood items in here, though. You guys call rails a wood item? I feel like the answer is no. But, like... At least my answer is no. I would not call rails a wood. Planks, planks, planks. Sticks. Rails are a redstone or perhaps miscellaneous item. Yeah, I treat them like redstone. Makes sense. Alright, we're a lot closer to getting rid of these like truly random crap shulkers. And that's about all we're gonna do for that right now. Unless it's shulkers, rails, plus saddles, plus other transport stuff goes in a box together then. Gotcha. Well, I will also extend this offer to... Well, we'll ponder the orb a little on that, actually. But does anyone have an idea what's happening here? This is my light blue shulker. And do we have any thoughts about what color the light blue shulker is? Rails and saddles is an unhinged combination. I don't like it. For me, rails go in the rail chest next to the other variety of rail chests in the redstone section. I think I generally agree with that, though, Vex. But yeah, can we all ponder this really quick here? The light blue shulker box. Because watch this. You guys see this, right? It's not blue. It's in my hand. It's not blue, right? I'm really curious what happens if you right-click a full cauldron while holding that light blue shulker box. Will that do something? Because watch. Now it's blue. Anybody know what that's about? Why is it doing that? It's only this color. Go to your resource packs and disable the Mizuno's delivery. Okay. The box is non-binary and that's okay, Eve. Okay. Mizuno's off. I bet Alyssa messed something up. Oh, it's blue now. That is what was happening. I've been very confused about that all day, and I was like, it's transphobic because it ruins my 3 shulker boxes that are right here. But thank you for that, Ox. I have been confused by that all day. I was like, what's happening here? That's the correct number for those. Yeah, it was the transphobic texture pack bug. It was stopping me from having my trans color shulkers all in a row here. Well, I guess at least I've bug tested this for Alyssa then. Close ticket working as intended. Alright, so today on the agenda, we're working on the nether tunnel. Very excited. I'm not happy with a lot of my nether tunnel. You can kind of see that we messed around with it one time. We're gonna have to wreck our sign. Screenshot it really quick just so I remember what's written on there. And so, like, we ponder the orb here. Okay, no, I know what we're gonna do. We're going to attempt to copy pasta this thing. I want to... We gotta figure out some things about the tunnel. We're gonna go look at other nether tunnels really quick. Because I want to see what is the tunnel that juts out the most. It's gotta be the pipes, right? It's 100% that Mario pipe. This guy's pretty quaint. Interesting that it still has one, like, block of the actual tunnel, though. It's got big facade energy. I actually had never noticed before. This one doesn't stick out too much, but I do like the way this one sticks out. I actually like that it sticks out on the bottom. Pretty cool. I was like, which tunnel sticks out the farthest into the actual tunnels? And it's got to be the pipe, right? This thing has to be the nether tunnel that sticks out the farthest from the wall. And see, like, this one sticks out too far for me. I think even one back, I need to make the right angle. Yeah, it makes sense. I like this tunnel. I think it's very fun for what it's doing, but I don't want my tunnel to stick out like that. And so I don't think there's going to be a good tunnel analog for what I'm considering doing, because most of the tunnels do not truly stick out at all. Which I kind of, I like not sticking out that much, because something about keeping most of the tunnelway clear for flying. This thing, I think, is interesting. This is maybe a little more... Yeah, people used to be afraid to stick out, and I started doing it. That's true. Trend setter right there. And Joe was like, that's so cool. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious where I want to go with this, because one of the problems I have here is that I want to make my tunnel taller. I actually really like the, like, slight stickouts, though, just because they also make the tunnels, like, way more spottable. And I actually think that that's really helpful for navigation, that people can see them coming, and you're like, ooh, what's that? Yeah, I think it's fine, too. Only thing that matters is ease of flying. Yeah, and so I think a lot of these... This one sticks out a decent amount. And so I'm debating how I want to do what I want to do here. And I'm not sure what makes the most sense, because part of my problem is the spiral, actually. The spiral in the tunnel makes doing what I was considering doing kind of difficult, which is what the shopping district nether tunnel does, where it kind of cuts a bit into this. I kind of wanted to almost create like another shape of the tunnel branching down, just to give me some room to actually stand my thing up the way I might like to, but also not jut into the tunnel. But then I'm like, oh god, the spiral. I'd have to, like, try to maybe figure out how to curve the spiral design around a corner. But then it doesn't work with this spiral, and I was like, nah, it's probably a lot of work for a thing I don't think is gonna work. So I might just bring it out by one from here and call that a day. Be the easiest version. But part of my problem is that I would like it to be taller than it is wide. Take out the space you need. Oh, well, I would say take out the space you need, build your tunnel, and we will worry about reintegrating the tunnel around it after the fact. Yeah. is I want to make my portal a mirror, like a smaller version of the gate that's going to go here, which, for people who haven't seen it in a little while because we haven't messed with it in a bit, is going to be this gate. So I want to somehow figure out how to make a smaller version of this thing for my nether tunnel. But obviously this thing is huge. It's a little taller. I want to say it's a little taller than it is wider. I actually have not counted that. But I believe it's a teeny bit taller. So I really like this thing. I want to do something kind of like it. And so over here, whoops, here, we have the mild issue that I don't know how to do that. So I've already tested kind of like doing it a bit, but the problem is I'd like it to be a little taller, and then we get weird because of the way that the tunnel curves in. So I'm like, okay, interesting times here in Tunnel Town. But we're going to start by removing our current tunnel, which, momentous day, friends. This tunnel has been here for a little while, a couple years now. I have never truly liked it. I built it because the next day Acorn was going to tour the server, and I was like, I need to build something. And so I just built something. And whereas it's made with the materials that my base is actually made with, one of my problems is that it really doesn't share anything in common with the architecture of my base. And that's always bothered me. The only thing that I'm incredibly happy with is the fact that it has melons in it. The melons are truly the funniest part of this tunnel for me, and so I might want to keep the melon floor because I think it's funny. But I might we're probably going to expand the melon floor, frankly. But yeah, so an emergency. Yeah, it was an emergency tunnel. All right, and I'm gonna make a melon machine for your tunnel, but the song that plays the song 8 times faster because of Nether. That would be insane. Be incredibly funny. Is it possible, Ox, to make a music machine with variable speed? Out of curiosity. Also, there's a hollow back there? Why is there a hollow back there? Interesting. I don't remember that. This tunnel is very strange. Gotta say, friends. But, like, not really. Makes sense. The other thing I've always hated about this tunnel is I hate the way that the floor dips down. And, like, this was a shortcut to make it bigger. You're fundamentally locked to the game's 20 tick per second loop. Okay. It would be funny if it was possible to build music machines that could do that. That means any rhythm you do has to be multiplied by 1/20th second. Okay. So not really possible to make something a little faster. Would it be possible to make something a little slower? Also, never particularly loved the oxidized copper there, because oxidized copper is used a lot more sparingly in my base. Especially because the single tick machines are incredibly complex, so in practice you're tied to a 1/10 of a second minimum. Okay. You can really tell from the construction of this tunnel that it was incredibly last minute. There's a lot about it that's kind of wacky. Okay, so you can, like, make something half the speed, but in general you can't make it a little slower. Gotcha. See, like, what's that about? Why is that like that? Let's grab our bits and our bobs. As we kind of just... Yeah, you could truly tell how last minute this was based on everything about this build. Do I have my axe? I don't. Slow mine through these melons. I'm sorry, everybody. I put this one back where I'm pretty sure it came from. You can really see that I just carved exactly the spot where every element of this needed to go, but also I missed, I don't know why I did that. Why 2 corners have something, but the other 2 corners didn't have it? Not sure what happened there. I have a lot of questions about this tunnel. So, our new tunnel going to be much more uniformly shaped. And so what I want to do is I want to dig this space. I want to take these, I'm going to transfer them into the floor here. Because our new tunnel is going to be level here. I don't want it to dip the way it was before. I'm gonna get rid of that gravel over there too. Sorry, Eve. Alyssa realizing the problem with their texture pack. I mean, it was no big deal. I was just, like, deeply confused. I was like, what is happening here? Why is it like this? And into the pit. There we go. I did keep my shovel. Nice. Let's go. Alright, alright. But yeah. Very funny, though. I have been puzzling over that thing all day. Okay, no. You know what problem that thing did cause? And now that I think about it, it did genuinely cause me a problem. It caused me to spend, like, 20 minutes looking for my light blue shulker and being really worried that I had placed it down and lost it somewhere because I just could not find it. I was like, where did I put it? And it took me a little while to realize that the shulker in there was the contents of the light blue shulker. And so, like, nothing was wrong. But I did worry for a while because of that thing. That was the one problem it caused. Okay. Catching this hole in the wall. I am the biggest gravel hater. Gravel, the bane of my existence. We're going to remove it when we encounter it. Right. Interesting that I had left these in their place, like so. Oh, and interesting that we're so close to the top there that we actually breached out of the tunnel. Interesting. Okay. We still got this section. After this, I will start to put out some shulkers to sort stuff, because I would like to reincorporate as much of the materials from the original tunnel into the new tunnel, because I think that's fun. Requires me to do those guys, those guys. There's, oh, that's from the tunnel itself. That's from this, that's from this. Then we have materials from the tunnel itself. Very small section. And we have materials we mined out of the nether. It'll be a much larger section. I think that is about where we'll have it. But so that would imply we have to do something about this section here. Where we're, like I said, it's going to get interesting how we make this part make sense. See, I think that that will allow for a better shape, and then we're going to match our portal to the shape. So, more tunnel material removed, more nether material removed, and now let's grab our polished deep slate, because I want to say that the outer section of this design is indeed polished deep. So we're going to put up a frame really quick. Decide if we like how it looks. We'll go grab the one missing netherrack here. We gotta decide if this is going to be the right size, or roughly what we think that the size should look. Then we'll throw in... Oh, we won't throw this in yet. We'll go down the hallway here and we'll look at this. When we're coming in... See, I think it juts in too much for my liking. Do you think it has to be pushed one farther back? So, we're going to try that. That'll require us to dig a bit here. See, we're having fun. We're trying to work out some problems with this design. Naturally, we're trying to do it in one of the most annoying to mine materials, but, you know. That's been the story of my base. Hey, Weedle! How have you been? Did you do any Set 3 pre-orders yet for Riftbound? No, I haven't actually. The two stores that I go to, honestly, don't really do much pre-ordering. And hey, Wanderer! Good to see you. How about you, though? Weedle, have you pre-ordered anything? And how are you doing this fine evening, Wanderer? We're working on my nether tunnel, because I don't like it. Haven't liked it in a long time. Let's just say I might have gotten a case. That's pretty cool. I hope that you get the best pulls. Let's go. Case. Hello. Thick as hell. Ooh, what kind of bread did you make, Wanderer? Okay, Ox. A case is 6 boxes. Yeah. So it's what we opened, but multiplied by 6. Just plain sando bread, but it's yummy. It is indeed. So many boxes. Yeah, see, I like that placement. Now, we must debate, do we like the width and the height? Actually, are we even right now? What is our current? I love the thrill. The pack opening. Thrill is real. Even plain sandwich bread is so far ahead of store bread when homemade. Yeah, let's take a momentary Riftbound detour. 1 second. Let me walk 2 feet over here. I need to walk. I just take a long steppy. Ugh. All right. Got my case with my bound stuff in it. I've not gotten to show this, I think. I've not gotten to show this to Weedle, I believe. I'm not sure if I have or not. But I did get one of these. Ooh, very exciting. Actually, see, if we go to the desktop, can I just... Actually don't have a full screen camera setup, which maybe I should have like a full screen camera. Yeah, I've never thought about that until this moment. Unlock the camera here. Let's drag it larger. Oog. But yeah, it's so hard to see in all the sleeves. It's such a good looking card. This was a gift from our amazing mod here, Ox, actually. And yeah, so I've been playing Ari this set. I stuck with it. We've been Ariing again. It's been a lot of fun. Ooh, hi Alyssa. I was alerted to the accidental transphobia that my pack was delivering. You've been sent the fixed version. Very exciting. I'm going to be playing coming up in a game, Weedle, that's just going to be all Renata. Going to be like a Renata tournament just for fun. And so I actually pulled this also with Ox. We opened this from a pack. So I'm all ready for my horrible Renata deck. Gonna be great. 10 out of 10. Let's go. I got that. And then my friend gave me this so that I could round it out. Am I gonna be the most blinged out Renata at the table? And then of course I have my overnumber seal. This is our group investment here. When this thing skyrockets to the price of a purple seal, I'm gonna sell it. We're gonna all have a big pizza party. You're all invited. It's gonna be great. You may have to like manage your own travel, but I'll provide everything else. Yeah, so those are probably my best things I have right now. You can see actually I'm working on the Renata Fiesta here as we speak. Stuff on my desk. Should be funny. I played against one Renata in all of set 2. Renata Gaming. So it's gonna be fun. We've been doing at my local game store, Weedle, we've been doing Oops All One Champion. And so the last time we did it was all Lee Sins, and I won the Lee Sin game, actually. I won the free-for-all Lee Sin in the funniest way. Because I was the only one who picked green Lee Sin for my chosen champion. And so I stacked that thing with so many buffs that everyone got like horribly scared of it and stopped trying to fight me and effectively let me win because none of them could figure out how to get rid of it. And it was so funny. And then because I won that one, I got to pick the champion for the next Oops All whatever, and I picked Renata because I was like, I could pick Ari, which would be like the thing I've actually played. I'd have a lot of fun. But I was like, no, I want to pick something terrible. We're going to pick a silly champion. I picked Renata, and one of the other guys at the table, as soon as I said we're doing Renata, he just was like, yeah, yeah. And it was so funny. Yeah, so sounds like such a yeah. We started doing it with Jinx actually. We just happened to have a lot of Jinx players at my game store, and one of them is he's the shop employee who runs the Riftbound events. And so, oops, the game is minimized and therefore did not come back. But the shop employee was like, yeah, I want to play all Jinx. And so we did a 4-player all Jinx game. And then we got the idea to keep doing it. So then we did Lee Sin. Now we're making it like an official thing. A lot of my play group at my locals are getting ready for Atlanta Regionals. So no fun over here. Aw, shit. Gotta play all the serious stuff. I understand. Are you going to Atlanta, actually? It'd be pretty cool if you are. All right, so let's count this. This is 7 wide, and it is currently 7 tall. Actually, it is exactly square. It's funny. I think I'd like it to be 1 taller than it is square. I've been in a set 3 Vi waiting room. Oh no, not the set 3 Vi waiting room. Vi's... Is Vi what you're looking forward to, playing in the next set? Nah, not this time. I might try for LA or Hartford when those times come. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try for LA. Just in my backyard. Why not try to go to that one? I do think it needs to be 1 taller. Oh, maybe no. Actually, it's probably fine because it will actually be 1 deeper in the ground. I just want to go burr with Red Trin and Vi. Oh, I know one of my friends at locals is so on that train with you. He's been trying to make Tryndamere work since set 1. And it's so funny. The Red Tryndamere trying to get the overkill points. Okay. Red Trin with red buff means I'm about to score 3 points. Let's go. Excellent. I've watched some like hideous, absolutely hideous Ruin Runner plays this set. With people scoring like disgusting amount of points with a Ruin Runner. And Trinity Force. That silly, silly ass camel. Let's go. All right. So we need that. We're going to try making this 1 taller. See how much problem this causes, because I think it's going to cause a problem. Oh god, and I've fallen down. But yeah, I'm excited for the next set. I think I'm going to play either Vex or Lilia. Because I think they're going to be good, but because those are my, like, in-game, some of my favorite champions. So I'm like, gotta rep the Depression Yordle. If I had MF stuff, I would be playing Elder Dragon. That thing is insane. I'm pretty convinced that Elder Dragon is going to get Aurora banned. Surely Elder Dragon gets Aurora banned. 100%. Maybe Baron too. But between Baron and Elder, the fact that MF can run both, and so can Sivir, it's just like, that's gross. Yeah, Elder with Fury of Blades, Elder with Bullet Time. Oh, Elder with Fury of Blades, that is actually gross, because that's all battlefields. That's nasty. Yeah, I actually think this is the right height. I think this is the correct height. But yeah, I'm excited though for set 3. Are you already set up with your pre-rifts? I'm going to like 6 pre-rifts for this set. It's gonna be a very fun week when the set actually comes out. Is my just bought a case. I ain't doing pre-riffs. Well, gotcha. Yeah, I'm doing pre-riffs because I just think that's particularly fun. Polished deep slate wall. So we gotta decide now, do we want to do wall in this section to give like a bit of a texture, or not a texture, but a no, I think if we do that, we gotta do only one. I do think I like it, but I think it has to actually be this way, where we do these here. Yeah, that's correct. Put in those, then we put in our section of wall. It might not stay that type of wall. It might change what kind of wall it is. We're gonna do that for now. Well, I'm hoping you get something good from your case, though. Very excited. I'm ready for the new set. Just because, what's it called? This set's been interesting. I've had a lot of fun playing Ari, but none of the new champions really, like, were the thing I really wanted to be playing. But yeah, what are you hoping to pull, Weedle? Do you like the new Vi, the dueling card? Out of curiosity. Oh, the rare Baron card? Let's go. The overnumber Vi is horrible. Ripperoni. You're talking about the emo jacket one, right? I hate it, but I will get one. Tragic. The Vex overnumber is really nice. I actually like the Vex one a lot. We're winning. Let's get in here. Let's just dig this section out. Yeah, the 2 wolves on the back. It looks, I will say, the actual card, from what I've seen, looks better in person because the texture actually looks pretty cool. Yeah, they really captured my good side while making it. Yeah, Vex. I haven't shown you, Vex, the new overnumber, right? Okay, well we're sidetracked again. We're gonna look at some of these since we have not really talked about Riftbound for set 3 on stream yet. So let's get a tab. Let's try to look at some of these cards. Because the Baron is a unit, Ox. Let's go. How do I? .com. Riftbound Baron. So I want to see if they have all 3 of them. I want to look. Okay, here we go. These are the 2 lower rarity Baron cards, and I think these are weird. We're gonna actually turn off the Minecraft audio really quick. It's not doing anything for us, but these are the Baron Nasher cards, and they are, one is an epic, one is an overnumber. No, what? This is the alt art. So we got regular Baron, alt art Baron, and I think these 2 cards kind of suck. And yeah, Vex, oh, what? They add a third battlefield? They add a third battlefield that you instantly score on. And I think that might just be like bad formatting. Like, these are preview images, Ox. I think they might just be taken from a different time period when they hadn't. I do think that the text on the left one is the correct text. As you play me, add the Baron Pit battlefield token to the board if it's not there already. If you do, I enter there. And then so it has this added text that just says it has units can move from here to, or move here from anywhere. And I don't know if they're taking that. I don't know if that's the final text then, because I actually think they created a they created a Baron Pit battlefield. And I wonder if they decided to put that text on the battlefield itself and not the card. And I wonder if that's why we're seeing an inconsistency with the preview images here. And so they decided they didn't need to put it here because it's actually just going to be on the token for Baron Pit. But anyway, this line of text, always bonkers every time they put it on anything. I can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. Gross. Don't love that. And then other friendly units have +2. That's kind of, I feel like that doesn't matter. But yeah, so they're adding this guy. He's kind of ridiculous. But they are giving him a new rarity of card. It's camel time. It is camel time. They're giving him a new rarity of card called the Ultimate Rare. I wonder if we're allowed to... oh, here it is. So they're giving him a unique card in a rarity that only exists for him. And it's this card. This thing is gonna be crazy looking. You can already tell just from the art that when they do like a foiling, texturing on this, it's gonna look bananas. And this thing is supposed to be now like the new rarest card in the whole game, effectively. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Vex. It's kind of hard to actually see Baron himself in it. But this thing's gonna be worth so much money. This thing's gonna be worth crazy money. Yeah, this is gonna be a new rarity. I wonder actually if this will have a showcase, or not a showcase, but a signed version. I actually don't know what's going to be the case with this thing, but it's called the Ultimate Rare. It's the only one that exists in the game, and it's supposed to be the new rarest thing. So, you know. Let's go. Let's look at Vex. Here's the new Vex legend, and this is the alternate art for the Vex legend, and I actually love this thing. I'm curious what you'll think of this one, Vex. That this is the over number I want from this set. Actually hilarious. Love the art for this one. I love that it's a silly card. So I'm very excited for this. This will probably be what I want to play. It's a very unique art style, especially for an over number. Yeah, they did some interesting ones this time. So they're going, like Lilia is getting a pretty unique one. This is the Lilia over number. Diana's getting another one of the really interesting ones. This is the Diana over number. Rengar is getting a really unique one, but not one that I like. Which is funny. Sucks to suck for the Rengars. feel like all three of those over numbers would be popular with their player base. Lol. Yeah, I can see it. And okay, that is way cooler than the normal Diana, I gotta say. Yeah, so if we look at the Dianas, this is the normal Diana, and this is the overnumber Diana. So I'm excited. I might play Diana too. That'd be the other champion I'd really consider. Because her second champion is just a big Ravenbloom student. Instead of when you play a spell, give me +1 this turn, it's +2 this turn. So she's just like turbo Ravenbloom student. Yeah, they definitely did more. I would say they were much more unique, but like I hate the Rengar one, actually. Look at that guy. He's like a really watercolor card. I think it's really interesting, and I really don't like it. They definitely went more cutesy with the overnumbers this time. This card we're gonna have to see in person. This is a card that I think looks terrible in its preview image, and I think it's gonna look really cool in person, because I can imagine this having a lot of really cool texture. But I don't care for this one. The Vi card that Weedle was talking about is where is that Vi? It's this thing. This is the Vi over number. Vex will recognize this from Arcane. And the texture is crazy on this thing. I've actually seen the other, like the actual, someone took a picture of it. No, they took a video of it in person. And the texturing goes crazy on the, like on the wolf, dog, whatever they are. I don't like it. I kind of like it too, honestly. I know Weedle didn't really like this one, but I think it's pretty cool. Um, yeah, we had a lot of interesting stuff coming from. Let's see if we can search by legends. And cool. Okay, and then we can see if we'll. Oh, can we set to unleashed? All right, so these are the characters coming, and we can see the over numbers. So we got the Jin, we got the Pike. This Yi is garbage. I hate this Ivern. The LeBlanc one is sick. LeBlanc I think is cool. The Kha'Zix is boring. The Poppy I haven't actually seen, so let's look at these. Here's the Jin. I'm seeing a severe lack of Shaco. Yeah, they still haven't gotten around to Shaco yet, Vex. I don't like this Jin card. I think this guy's the most generic anime Jin I've ever seen, and I don't like it that much. It's fine. This is not what I want from my overnumber cards. This Pike, I think, looks sick as hell. This Pike is actually... Finwin is fine, don't hate it, but yeah, it's kind of generic. Yeah, I can agree. This Pike, I think is going to look crazy. This thing's going to look so cool with the gold highlighting. I'm excited for this one. This Yi, I don't like it. I just don't care for this style. This is like the, like, we're too far into realism with this thing. It's like, yeah, you're a great artist, but I don't want this. Ivern, I detest. This card does not make me like Ivern more. He's also got like a incredibly strange unit effects. This LeBlanc card I think is super cool. You actually like the Ivern? Oh, shucks. I don't care for Ivern. I think this LeBlanc is sick as hell. The Shine is gonna go crazy here. This Kha'Zix, he's also another one where I'm like, I don't care for this. This might be the worst looking over number in my opinion, because it's like the least interesting looking over number. Truly could just be new Cosmic splash art. Ivern looks like it came out of an illuminated manuscript. Okay, I can see that. And we got this poppy. I don't mind this poppy. It's not my favorite. So, it's interesting. I don't think Poppy's going to be good, but cool card. Yeah, the Ivern, I do not care for this. I understand what you're saying about it, Ox, and I do think the art is cool. I think I'm so biased by my dislike of Ivern that I'm like, hate him. Hate everything about him. Look at that guy. Look at that horrible tree man. But yeah, these are all the over numbers for the new set. I would most like to get the Vex, second the Diana, and third the Lilia. These are the champions I actually am considering. I'm really excited to play in the next set. Eve really at odds with her chat on this one. Yeah, but that's the fun. That's the fun though. We all get to like what we like and do different things. I think it's fun. All right, so let's go back to the Minecraft. And actually, we're gonna take a quick BRB right here. That word, the wallpaper bird is cool. I actually like the wallpaper bird a lot. He's a cool guy. The light, like iridescence on his feathers, I think is super cool. Because I'm imagining this bird is actually, I can't tell if he's blue or if he's black. I think he's black, and I think this is like the light hitting it, and it looks just like cool and iridescent. Kind of unclear. But it's a great photo of this bird. I like him. Alright, to the Minecraft. And like I said, we're going to take a really quick break right here. I'm going to run some ads, go to the bathroom. I will catch you guys on the other side. And do not feel the need to stay and watch the ads. Go do something. Get a drink, grab a snack, tab to another tab. Let's just do the thing for Jeffrey. Pretend we would like to take a little bit of Jeffrey's money. And I will be right back. Oops, that's the desktop. We're back. It's Minecraft. Hooray. Get into this gap here. We'll keep digging our way across. Actually, let's figure out where the end of this is. Yeah, hope everybody had a good break. While we're tunnel fixing. Because the tunnel has been jank for a long time. I don't know if other servers really have like the same amount of like sick as hell nether tunnel culture. But do you feel like Ox really set a bar here for nether tunnels that we're all just like trying to live up to? And we're not succeeding, but we gotta try. We gotta look like we put in the effort. Okay, they really don't. Some do, but even Hermitcraft often doesn't. Okay. Gotcha. That's good to know. Like on most servers, nether tunnels are more or less utilitarian. Yeah, the one that I played on, the Trans Gamers one, Ox, it really was incredibly utilitarian. Utilitarian because I had the like one of the fanciest nether tunnels by far. And I was like the only one in my area who had a fancy nether tunnel. I would put our nether tunnels up against pretty much anyone out there. Some servers don't even bother with tunnels and just slap portals on the nether roof. Lol. Yeah. I've definitely seen that. So now we decide we gotta knock out at least this next section. I think we do have to take this one. Much as I'm annoyed that it breaks, we'll see how this looks. But I don't like this. Shatters, I'm going to have to say. I don't like this already, having to mess with the spiral. We'll figure something out. But I don't like it. That one goes in here. Oh, these ones go. These ones go there. My shovel went in there. Don't know why. Let's go there. We keep looking. We're looking. Yeah, I think this is already doing what I want it to do better. So now we're going to go through and get a lot more cobbled, not cobbled, a lot more, well, we are going to get some cobbled. We're going to get some cobbled deep slate. We're going to get a lot more polished. We're going to need a lot of polished for this structure that's going in. That's for sure. What was I coming back? Oh, that's what I was coming back here for. Ellen. Wink. It's also not Vex's end smelter, but that's mostly because yours actually works. Oh, glad it does. We love a working smelter. All right, so now we need one of these guys. Refers to me. Good thing that's in here. Also need one of these. For raw materials. Got him! Do another one here. Dump the glass. These in there. And we'll put this guy back. And we're good. Cool. So now we're going to figure out some things about how this design is going to work. One thing I want to see is, can we get cobble in? I think we're going to do it in wall format here. Cobble. Stargating over to Ox's house right now to flip her off. See, I like this idea, but I can't make it work because I can't go across the top. Tragic for me. X will indeed find the house empty. Ox is currently very hard to track down. Stargate can make it to Canada. I think in this situation, this guy has to be also these. Like so. Then we will have to decide where our division is going to be. I'm curious if it's fun to make it like that, or if I should push it out one. Probably push it out one. I think that more correct. Yeah, I think that looks better. And then I think our glass is going to fill that center section. And then whatever we do with our melons is going to be underneath that. But I don't know if that means we're going to have like a melon design, full melon carpet. I'm not really sure yet. That remains to be determined. So these pieces can now go into our removed tunnel bits. Would like to do cobble wall. How goes the work Vex on the current GregTech world? Is this going any faster than the one where you were stuck doing like most of that stuff by yourself? Or is this, like, actually just you've achieved that speed? Tragically? I do remember that taking you quite a little while to get done. Yeah, some people started playing a little again. We're going pretty quick at the moment. That's good. Glad to hear that. I think we're on tier 6 EOH right now. Okay. I'm actually playing right now, working on antimatter. Did you get your antimatter to work from the other day? Or is the antimatter still leaking? Alright, we're gonna put the glass floor in for now, just because it makes walking around here easier. Yeah, it's actually been working pretty well. Some of the infrastructure I rely on was a bit shit, so I'm redoing it. Gotcha. Doc says, the hosts provide one book in the kitchen of this Airbnb. It's called Cooking with Booze. Oh, I see. Are you going to be cooking with booze, Ox? Is this the Ox booze cooking arc? I didn't think so. But the hosts also seem to be coffee nerds. Okay, is this the Ox coffee arc? Because many different coffee devices are provided. Hey, Zaggy, have tasks to do, but we'll be lurking. How are you? Hope you're good. Hope you have a good lurk. Wee. Yeah, thank you for the lurk, Zaggy. I appreciate it. Wee. Bye. Bye, Ox and Eve. Have been well. Played RL craft for way too long and need to self-care. Gotcha. Well, I hope you get some good self-care in. We should all take care of ourselves, friends. Particularly when we game long hours, because I know, shockingly, gamers not the best at minding themselves, eating, drinking, making sure they're taking breaks. A little easy to get caught up just doing what you're doing, playing. Don't call me out. Alright. See you, Zaggy. Have a good lurk. Speaking of, how are we doing on the League of Legends Season Pass? We have not really made progress since last time, unfortunately. So we will have to do some League of Legends today. I'm actually we're gonna do something, since you asked. That's something I wanted to do here. Section. Boop. That's not what I... Okay, I'm gonna have to go here. Hold on. Holding. Hold. I don't remember where anything is in this thing. Okay, okay. In this section. there. Okay. All right. And I am back. Cool. So something has been fixed. We'll see if we can figure out what. But yeah, so we'll need to work on the pass today. All right. Then we would have one row like so. Yeah, I really gotta buckle down and get some work in on that stupid battle pass. Pain in my ass. Alright, so now we need some stairs for this. Actually, the pain in the ass is not the battle pass, though I do not love battle pass formats in general. I'm conceptually that thing is a pain in my parents' fucking battle pass. Hilarious, hilarious. Okay. This is where it's going to get a little interesting. I have an idea here that I think is going to be potentially cool. Or potentially help me solve some problem I'm starting to have here. So we're going to do that. A polished wall. Nice, it was the perfect amount of polished wall. Then we're gonna go here. I like this. I think this is gonna be good. But yeah. Now the question is this a visible tunnel? Yes, it is, right? Cool. We're not touching that. We don't need to. Do here. So here we have a mild annoyance. So... this side's pretty easy because all closed up. Oh wait, whoops. Does need to go one further. So the one weird thing here is that library cards expire and have to be renewed. Interesting. How long is your library card good for? Just a year. Interesting. So was there much of an, like, application process, or did they basically just, like, need you to come back every year and be like, yes, I would like to continue to use the library? My brain tells me that getting a library card should not be made difficult, because that would defeat the purpose of the library? Okay. Seems like many people can renew online, but I have to bring proof of address to renew. They kindly made an exception for me today. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad they made an exception for you. That's really nice of them. Also, they asked for ID, and I pulled out my passport card, because when am I going to use that thing? And the librarian was like, oh, that's so cool. I've never seen one of those. That's fun. I'm glad you got to use it for that. All right. Happy with how this is going so far. I wish we could do a little bit of a texture change here at the outer part. Kind of debating how we might go about doing it. Technically, I can use it when I move if I want. Gotcha. Passport cards are good at land crossings, but not airports. Makes sense. All right. Yes, question here is, does this actually look better not with that, please? Corner here. At the stair, I wonder if it's just better to have, yep, it's better to have the block. Stair just looks weird, dented in the way that it is. Instead. I'd really like to have some amount of texture here on the front, but I don't know how to make that work. The thing I wish I could do is I wish I could do an inner lining of the corner the way that I had presented, but it just doesn't come across great. So we'll have to ponder the orb a little bit. Then we debate here. I do think we should change these to either brick or to the, what's it called? The walls that we've been using. So we either are going to want to do the cobble boys like so, or we're going to want to do brick there. I think we're going to do brick. I think for the The inner portions will use cobble, for the outer portions will use brick. Also, the water is better here. I washed my face here once last night, and my skin is noticeably happier. I'm glad. Here we go. It's the brick wall. We love better skin for rocks. Yep. That looks... Or maybe we do... Is there a copper we can put in there? Do we like the idea of a bright copper on a... No, because we got copper there. I think we should leave our copper for deeper inside our thing, and I think it should be just kind of this slightly imposing... I think that's the vibe we're going for here. I do think we'll do copper at the end of it. Okay, so let's keep building out the tunnel portion. Let's just finish the skeleton of the cube for now. This is all effectively going to sit inside this cube. We're actually going to need so much more of this. Do do. That's kind of annoying. So when is the next concert? Ox from your concerts. Coming weekend, very exciting. What is the next one going to be? We need to drop in. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony. Very exciting. And do you particularly like Tchaikovsky? It'll be interesting to hear them take on a major classical work instead of pops. Yeah. That makes sense. When you said that they, for the second half, seemed to bring out their A-team, did they actually, like, change players, or was it the same players and they just did better? Out of curiosity. So I actually don't know if, like, groups of that size, do they have just, like, extra people that they bring in during the course of performances, just because, like, we don't have enough space for everybody at once, so we do, some people get to play right now, some people get to play later? Or do they just have, like, one crew that just plays all the time? Okay, Tchaikovsky is obviously one of the great composers, and so I enjoy his music, but he's not at the top of my list. But of his symphonies, I do love the fifth the best. Okay, it's mostly one set of players. They brought out their inner A team. I see, I see. That's kind of what I had figured, but I also then thought about it, and I was like, I should check to make sure that that's not, like, actually a thing. Cool. So now we have our basic shape. We're going to do some work on this. But we're getting somewhere. We're having a much more the tunnel I'd like it to be experience now. Okay. Over here. Whoops, because I didn't... Wrong one. I had to go here. It took me a second to process what I wanted to do, and came up with the wrong thing. So, I don't want to do this on this one. Mostly because I love this being a unique thing here. And so, I want to come up with a new idea to go on our other tunnel here. But you think that actually should knock this one down. And I think we should maybe slab the whole ceiling. I actually really like the way that this looks. Yeah, I think that's better. The opening to the second movement of Tchaikovsky's Fifth is absolutely gorgeous and one of my favorite moments in orchestral music. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, I do want to look here. Did I do anything at the bottom? No, I didn't. Okay. I do like that. So that means that I think here. No, that's what I was saying, Ox, is that I'm not going to do the basalt here. I'm going to come up with a new unique thing for this tunnel. I do not want to... I want these tunnels to mirror each other, but I do not want them to be the same. And so I think that the... what's it called? Is going to be unique to the other one. I think that's the correct... Yeah, I want them to rhyme. I don't want them to be the same thing. And so I think what's going to happen is... So we're going to recreate this structure, but we got to figure out where it's going to go precisely. Is it going to be that row there? So that would make this glass, this wall. No, so it can't be here because that's going to show. I think the portal's going to be one wider when we're done. So what we have to do is the glass has to be this row here. Yeah, I think that's correct. Or we decide, like, how many... No, I think we do it this way. I think this is correct. We don't need it to be symmetrical. We want it to be interesting. We don't require symmetry in this area. I am a symmetry appreciator, but I am not a symmetry craver. Or I guess maybe not like a symmetry demander, because things don't need to be symmetrical. They do need to be interestingly balanced, but not symmetrical. Those are not the same thing. Because I want anything I build to feel like it makes sense. And so I do, again, think that this requires some degree of balance to a design. But not everything needs to be symmetrical, friends. Symmetry is cool and all, but I think some people are truly hamstrung by symmetry in a way that it's not the best for them. Oh, I forgot we did that on that one. Maybe we'll do it on this one. Maybe we won't. We'll see. Again, they don't need to quite be the same. The bigger one is obviously the more elaborate version of this thing. But I actually do really like... We're going to change that. I really like that that wall is a different texture on the other one, which I think is interesting. So we might try to... We will maybe try to adjust the design to include that element. So I think that's a cool element of the other one. We'll see. We're going to do a lot of embellishing to this. This is basically us building it, but also, like, roughing it in while we go. And there will be many modifications. I think there was a hole there. There was a hole there. And we'll do these. Then we are going to do polished walls. So actually we break that one. Yeah. There we go. It's more annoying. That. Wow, we had a perfect number of those. That's so funny. So we're gonna have that now. I think that's pretty cool. I'm really happy with how this is shaping up. Now we figure out where we want some other elements of this to go. What interesting things. I think now we should fix the portal. That's the next step in this process. So that'll make a lot of the space make some more sense to me. So, we gotta go get obsidian and a lighter. Anybody got a lighter I could borrow? Funny thing about me, well, maybe not funny thing, maybe you actually would guess this by looking at me, friends, but I was routinely asked if I had a lighter in college. But I did not smoke. I never had a lighter. It was just funny, though, that I was always the person that got asked. I don't think I was ever asked that. Are you surprised, though? Here's a question, Ox. Would you have been offended if you were asked that? Okay, we do have our fun steel in here. Would you have been offended if people looked at you, assumed that you were a smoker, and then asked if you had a lighter? Yeah, we're gonna need brick. Backed by brick. We didn't really take very many bricks out. No, because I don't think I would have connected it to anything about me. I assumed people who carried lighters did so just to have them as a tool, like carrying a pocket knife or something. Yeah, no, this was people making some degree of judgment call, looking at me and being like, that person looks like they smoke. I should ask them for a lighter. I only understood recently the primary purpose of those little lighters was for smoking. Got it, yeah. Which is funny. How very entertainingly innocent of you. Alright, let's break this sucker. Boom, yo. Well, now I'm offended no one asks me. Am I or am I not smoking? That's so tragic. You are indeed, Ox. But everybody, I guess, they know better because they know that you don't have a lighter. They'd have to ask you, like, oh, can I pull my cigarette out in your presence so that it will spontaneously combust? Let's get these back in the ground here. And now we dig around our wall. For the record, no one has ever asked me that either. That's their loss. Actually, I think we just don't hang out in places where people really smoke anymore. Kind of glad people, in my experience, do not smoke nearly as much as they used to when I was in college, because it was not my favorite thing. People smoke a weird amount in downtown Toronto. That's like the one downside versus LA. That's so random. I wouldn't have guessed that. Interesting. So I feel like smoking is really, like, died down in popularity over here. so this one actually doesn't need... This needs to be the polished. Oh, we're out of polished, actually. We are really going to use a ton of that. Maybe now we finally have, like, used all of it that we're going to need. Maybe. Probably not. Okay, yeah. So, working on this. Thinking, I'm pondering. Very funny that we cannot get back to the base right now. If I die, that would be not the most inconvenient thing ever, actually, just because we have easy access to the cherry portal. Not easy access, but we have, like, relatively easy access to the cherry portal. That solves a lot of our problems of having to get back to my base if I were to die. No, actually, we'd be in the nether, or we'd spawn back on the other side. Spawn at our base. And so actually what would happen is that we would have to create a new nether portal. And that wouldn't be a problem. It would just spawn one in here. Okay. It's looking good. Nope. Portal is in. We're gonna go, and we're gonna put this in here. Like so. Okay. I'm liking it. It's under us here anyway. Actually a relatively short distance to lava. I don't want to have to cut one of these. But we can't go very interesting, I think, with our design down here. We might do something interesting down there. I'm not sure yet. Okay, so my next ponder here is actually, I think we should do some kind of stair in the top corner. I don't know what yet. We have, I think maybe it should be tile. Thinking tile stairs. It'd be kind of cool. But maybe another color would be really cool. Maybe this is finally our time to get in a different color. Not sure. I want to figure out where to work in copper. We could do copper stairs. No, that's too bright. Wherever we use copper, we want to use it sparingly so that it has a striking impact. That's not the place for it. But we do want it to be a different color. Whatever we do. So we don't want to do more polished. We could do brick, though. We got brick stair. Did have some brick stairs. And we'll put down our obsidian, because we're not going to be using that for now. We could do a lining of brick. Now, let's go... Actually, let's light the portal. Go back through. Let's make sure this didn't break anything for now. Like, accidentally somehow generate another portal. We're going to go take a look at another interesting design we've done. One that I maybe want to reference. Now, this one. Another version of kind of the same idea. I want to see what I did. So I did diorite. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna try some diorite. Oh god, I actually flew up that, no problem. I don't know if I have... There was obviously some diorite in the old design. I don't know if any of it was stairs. We're gonna grab a diorite stack while we're back here, just in case. Actually, we have a lot of stairs. Cool. We're gonna try this out. I want to see how this looks. I think it might be too bright. I think it works in the other design because the other design has fire in it. I think here it's not gonna do what I want. Because the tile's not doing what I want, for sure. I don't think this is going to do what I want. It's too bright. Make more of the bricks then. Maybe the bricks are the play here. We'll see. I have another idea. It could actually be fine with polish. Because what we might actually do is we might change the center. I'm thinking that's actually the play here, is that we, instead of doing a different color here, we do the same color here. I don't hate it, actually. I do think it requires, if I were to do the brick, I think it actually requires the bottom as well. And then we don't even have enough of these things again. Yeah, I think it looks much better with both like that. But what I'm thinking of doing instead is actually just getting rid of this. Welcome to the Eve iterative process of building. It's been a while, I think, since I've truly just like full sent built a thing on stream the way that I do. So this is really you guys getting to see my like thought process on how I build these things. And I frankly don't know how much anyone appreciates that, because I do weird stuff. I'm sure I am inefficient. This is the way I do this, and not doing it on creative. Not just having like a schematic. Well, I guess not the schematic, but the ability to just change stuff, keep trying different things. Yeah. I think that's looking correct. That. Be not like me like this. No, that's an interesting design as well. Be that way. Well, I don't hate that. It does ask for it on the other side. It's interesting. Not a bad thing, but like it does then need one. Goes like so. No. Stair linkage this way, then this way. I hate it actually. I hate it a lot on that side. We're going to take these off for now, because I don't like that version. We're going to ponder the orb here. Now we decide, should this wall be sunken back one? Currently, it aligns with this outer one. It doesn't have to. We can take the center section and push it back one for whatever interesting, unique thing we want to do in that design space. I think that could be pretty cool. Also why my decision to make my base out of deep slate was truly one that has been an interesting one overall. I am so often having to adjust deep slate. I don't think we ever brought insta-mining back after our brief foray into insta-mined deep slate with netherite. Yeah, that thing giga broke. And I think no effort was made to recover it. Scarpet breaks with every update. Do they then fix it to work again, Ox? Or is that just a mod that's like perpetually breaking? And then just being broken for a while? Onto the order. Well, it's just a scripting tool for the game, so it changes with game updates. Oh, okay. It's not a mod. I gotcha. You don't always update the example scripts, which the Deep Slate script was one of. Oh, it is a mod. Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's part of Carpet mod. Oh, okay. Yeah, I put some effort into fixing the Deep Slate script, but Mojang had changed which parts of the logic were done on the client versus the server, so it became no longer possible to do it server side. Oh, okay. I get why it was wanted, but I didn't like it. Oh, and I never really liked it anyway. I get why it was wanted, but I didn't like it. I also didn't like it. So, like, you will not find me crying for the death of Instamine Deep Slate. I was kind of a hater. If only because it really invalidated something that I liked about my base. So, in my opinion, there were a lot of negatives to it as well. Obviously, there were positives, but all right. Getting somewhere. All right. I think Mojang could add it in some form, and I'm not sure why they didn't do it with, right? Yeah, I don't know. question about what you like here. I think I like the idea of putting in some slab there. They're these guys or these guys. Not sure which one. Whoops. Okay, but I also think the method of using moss to clear large areas of deep slate is cool, and I like that it's still relevant. Gotcha. Okay, this being brick I think is definitely better. Now, can I make these into brick slabs? No. Okay. Oh, I only needed one? Hilarious. I like those slabs way more than I thought I was going to. I'm glad. Now I gotta decide if I want to put them... I think I do want to put them maybe on the top section as well. Decide. The top is harder because there's stairs. Makes it look like a bit like the glass part is a bridge. Yeah, that's what I wanted to go for here. I wanted it to make it look like it's like a very intentional path. So now... yeah, so we're gonna test. I don't think this is gonna work. Just FYI. But I do want to see it. Is this a good shape? It's really what I check here. No, I don't think so. Yeah. I actually think that the correct shape is stairs. We're doing something like this here. The correct shape is to do it with stairs. Not these ones. This is where we need a regular polished stair. What if you use the stairs to make a maze-like design on the ceiling? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Well, I'll think about it. So... I can't put stairs on the slabs, can I? Or not stairs, They can attach to the other scaffolding? Let's go. Excellent, excellent. Perfect, nailed it. Yeah, I think that can look alright. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't think it's necessary, but... if I was going to, it's the way that I would. And actually I would do this guy like that. It's not the most awful thing I've ever done. Oop. Okay, that's a bit of a cool optical illusion because it looks like the lower part touches the wall even though it doesn't. What part do you mean, Ox? I'm actually not sure I'm seeing... Oh, are you saying that this looks like it's touching the wall? But it's not because it's actually... Yeah. But that's the part that you're saying does. This line right here looks like it touches for a second when you come in. Yeah, let's try putting it on the other side. See how it looks. I like a lot of optical illusion stuff, or just really interesting shape in the design of my base. I don't know if that's come across, but I have a lot of fun with shape. Okay. So you said, what if we do a maze in the ceiling with stairs? And I'm kind of being able to really see what you were saying. What my original thought was definitely, so that center stair area is going to be changed no matter what. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to put slabs to fill in, but I actually think I do want to raise by one stair area. The other thing I need to decide now is actually, do I want to lower the portal by one? Because I'm thinking that what I might actually need here is another line, these, that goes across here. I think it might need to be shorter by one. Thoughts? Because I think it needs a break line at the top there. But then obviously the portal needs to be one lower so that you get that black bar effect around the entire portal. We're going to leave it like that for now and keep kind of like thinking about it and looking at it as we work on this. Okay. So, guess let's go really quick. I think the stairs on the edge provide enough visual interest now, and a maze isn't the move. Okay. I think if I do box, I actually think it might be on the walls. Again, I think we still need to come up with something interesting and kind of unique to put on the walls. We haven't done that yet. And I think that's kind of where, again, like this one, I think that's where I want the focus to be. But I am thinking that I want to put at least like bricks across the top. You can't do as interesting of a maze on the walls because the stairs don't right angle vertically. Yeah, but there are some cool wall stair-y type things. Whose base is that on the server that has like a cool wall stair thing? One of the long abandoned ones. I honestly don't even remember where it is, so I can't like go there on purpose. It's like the big building with the really open inside lobby. I don't know whose base that was. You will know it as the more I describe what it is. So it's a really large building. It uses a lot of, I want to say it uses a lot of white blocks. It has plants growing on the side of it, but then it has these designs where it's like stairs and slabs making like tiers and shapes on the side of it. It looks like it has a lobby when you come in, and then there's like a staircase to the right. Let's see. Go to the square map. Let's see if I can't spot it. Drag us over here. It might be Power Chug. It's, like I said, it's a long abandoned base. And not nearly finished. We're on the map now, friends. Problem is, I don't know where it is. It sits on like a big hill. Like, Joe's base is here-ish? No, this is Joe's base. It's sounding more and more like Power Chug. Okay. I think it probably is Power Chug. But I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea where it is. Level of, like, semi-forgotten thing. Is this a perimeter? Power Chug is connected to the north tunnel. I didn't think it was that far out, but maybe it is farther than I assumed it was. Oh, this is like a small perimeter. It's pretty far out. Okay. We're traveling along. But yeah, so... That's not a perimeter, that's Joe removing a build. Oh, okay. It gave like the brief vibe of a perimeter, and I was like, what is that shape? But I get it, it's an edit. I understand now. It'll be interesting to go to this area because, like, I recognize... Yeah, I was about to say, I recognize what used to be in this area and is kind of no longer there. One of the coolest things on the server, but I understand why he wanted it gone. Yeah, I understand too. Makes sense. This area is, like, interestingly fragmented now, I think, because of that, in a way that's... interesting. I'd like to go see this in person now, because I'm like, what does this area look like now? But anyway, back to the Power Chug things. So, okay, we can go try to find this base then, because I do want to look at it. Even if we're not going to exactly ape what it's doing, I do want to go find it. To take a look. We don't need to put stuff away. We do need rockets, though. So you said Power Chug was off the north? Do you know how far up the north tunnel? Nope. Does Power Chug have a notable tunnel of any kind? Like 500, 600 blocks. So, Christmas. This was bats. This is the Alyssa tunnel I keep forgetting is here. And we're seeing some things out here. Be on the left. Power chuck. What's that one? Definitely not another tree farm is broken. Go away. Ah! Okay. Alright. Let's see. Overworld. Okay, cool. Oh god, I can't fly in here. No! Wait. Aha. And fly in here. Wow, this is really far. It's not that Power Chug is really... It's not so much a north problem that I didn't get right. It was how west that was. Where is this thing? I actually have no idea where it is out here. This portal's mad in the middle of nothing. I will click this map. I'm like, where the hell are we? Oh, we're so not close. That's so funny. It's that way. Okay. I would have flown around for quite a while before finding that. This is an incredibly cool building, might I say. A very cool unfinished thing that exists. I would have loved to see the like of it. Actually complete. But this is what I was thinking of. This wooden thing in here. So you're right, it's not a maze. But I actually think it's very cool. This, like I said, this whole base, quite excellent. Yeah, it's a combo of stairs and slabs. Just, again, very nice. I love that. I love this. Is it on this side? It's this thing. I love the way that this wall looks, honestly. I really like this little alcove in with like a pond there. Very cool. I was stuck on the half-death thing that the ceiling stairs plan would have allowed. Oh, gotcha. Ugh. All right, there's the portal. See, now that we've been here, we won't have this problem again because Bobby will allow us to actually see the building from the portal. Barely. Oh, not even, because it's behind a hill. But all I would have to do is fly into the air, and I would immediately spot the building with a quick circle. Let's get in here, though. Let's go! Whoop. Hmm. I'm sorry that that's the case, Ox. So it's this way to the now, like, re-edited zone, correct? I don't know if I should go through that. I don't know that that's portal's been generated on the other side. It'll generate a new portal if you do. Yeah, I guess so. Like I said, I do kind of want to see the aftermath in person. I'm kind of curious what it looks like. Oh god, where am I? Oh. Didn't know there was an inside of that thing. Not gonna lie. But yeah. I wonder if it would be worth some time going through and repairing some of this. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. But yeah, this was, like you said, this was a really cool build. I don't quite know the story, but I understand enough of it to get a little bit of why it's gone away. Some boats. Alright, how do we get back into the Sphinx? That felt sacrilegious somehow, taking those diamonds. I mean, I can go put them back. Incredibly funny. Ow. Yeah, how do we get back into this thing? I always wanted to go in between the eggs. Oh, there are buttons on that thing. Didn't see him. Shocker. I know. I never realized there was anything down here. Interesting. Ow. Oh, these are full of stuff. Well, that was actually what I was curious about. Are these shulkers full of stuff? Are there any Z items in Minecraft? Oh, the spectral arrows. Meow. Alright. Oh, we've learned something. Yes. The zombie head. Oh, okay. Sense. One of the default player skins you can choose from is called Zuri. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I will say this tunnel is less visible than the last one so far. You're not wrong. The last one was only visible because it had that cheating system. I could do exactly the same thing to this one. The reason you could see the last one is only because I used this one. And again, it is a feature of my base, so I could put these back. But, like, these are the only reason you could... And they'd have to be bigger on this version. The other tunnel was only visible because it did this. Which obviously this version of it looks like ass. These are so improperly sized to this tunnel. But, like, they do a lot of work for implying that my tunnel is here. Thinking of doing something maybe tricky out here on the corner. Ox. I don't know if it would be worth putting, like, no, that doesn't look good, but... And, like, I don't know that they would look good to just put them in the corners like that. No, that looks terrible too. And now that looks like ass. There's something very funny about imagining you saying that, actually. Not gonna lie. That looks terrible. God, that's a nightmare sentence you've just put together, Ox. If something looks like ass, but somehow worse, you can say it looks specifically like Goatsy. What a thing for you to put out into the world. That's crazy. I'm frankly impressed. Oh, I think it was Oni. I think it's Oni because I walked out first and I saw it. And then I turned to Nim, who walked out second, and I was like, look at that. And then Nim was like, oh god. And then you and Oni came out. And then I think Oni was the one who didn't know what it was, but like Nim immediately reacted when I pointed at it. I'm really confident that was the order of events there. Yeah. There's no copper walls, right? That's not a real thing. We do have copper bars. Not until Mojang does another copper update instead of an end update. Aren't you excited though, Ox, for the copper dimension? It's not... This is not going here, but this is a cool design, actually. There's something very cool about this. Like I said, not for this design, but it's there. There's potential. But the other thing we can do... I've done this design elsewhere in my base. We can do one of these. I don't think it works quite as I would like it to if this was what I was going to do, but there would be a copper dimension if Java Edition 20W14 Infinity had been released after 1.17 instead of before. That's true. That was the Craft Mine one, right? No? Okay, what was that one? Craft Mine then probably did have a copper dimension. Oh, you're right. Much older. I didn't really process the 117 bit of that. It was the one where you throw a book through a portal and it uses the book contents to seed a randomizer to generate a dimension on the other side. Okay, interesting. That does sound fun. Okay, so we're gonna try ceilings. Do you think we need something here? Don't know what, though. But it needs something. And I do think we're going to actually... This will be the last thing we do on this right now. It's test swapping. Do we need to swap the whole ceiling? I think we will try the whole ceiling first. Scoop, 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 scoop. Okay, so it's gonna be bricks. But is it gonna be brick slab or is it gonna be brick just solid? I think it's gotta be brick solid. I think slab's too far up. Right. Yeah, I think slab is too high. So let's make a thing of bricks. Hello, bricks. How are you today? But who was Fowen? Knowing that I didn't, by not going up one, made that infinitely difficult. What are you doing there? Do you like the nether music, Ox? I think this is one of the most striking nether songs. That is the most when I perceive the nether music. It's when it does that. I do, but I can't listen to it for long before it makes me sad. Gotcha. Ah. Okay. Doesn't look good. Does make me want to try regular deep slate. I was thinking it's not actually bad. I dare say better than before. Okay. If we do, then I think it needs... It does need slabs somewhere. If I thought I was going to try to make this work, I would do this. And see, this is what I find a very fun and interesting challenge. It just needs a border. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. And I'm kind of curious what it'll look like if I do this. But along the whole edge of it, it looks insane, I gotta say. I don't think this is gonna be the thing we're doing, but I think it's gonna be interesting, that's for sure. And that's why we try things here. The more I look at myself and I think that's a weird thing, the more I'm like, oh, we gotta try it now. Ooh, because it does look bizarre. What a strange time. Sometimes you recognize you're just making a thing worse, but you gotta keep, like, trying to do it because it's just like, what will that look like? Then you learn a thing about what that looked like. Sometimes you stumble into a good thing. Other times you're like, that was so bad it needs to go. Hysterical. Valuable lessons were learned. Many of them included, don't do that thing you just did. So, my next idea is another one that is maybe slightly deranged, but we love. We're so slightly deranged ideas here. Do I have any of these stairs? I think I do. Just check before I craft a bunch. Oh, I do have a few. Not enough, but a few. So, we're gonna put them. We're gonna make some more. We'll make an even number of them. Not enough, but I don't want to try. So what happens if we put these guys? Oh, screw you. Oh, extra screw that one. Come on. Yeah. Ooh, this is weird, but it's maybe something. Not nothing. It's not right either. It's interesting. The problem is it wouldn't be made better by doing the other version. The other version is we go. Yeah, I know, Ox. It's you're thinking a very simple and correct thing, and I'm like, Oh, hello, deranged thing we could be doing. Is this a streak I did not see because I'm in the thing? Hello, cat dad. How are you? Yeah, actually, Lux is also in Toronto. Can't hear you at the moment because no audio in car with wife. Ah, okay. Well, surely he can at least read you. Ox? I'm gonna pretend I know what that is. Yeah, hi, cat dad. Good to see you. How are you? Well, you can't hear me, but... Hold on, hold on. Here we go. Alright. Alright. No, what I meant to do here, I meant to do it the other way. My bad, my bad. We go from this side. Now I think it's something. Seeing the vision, chatters. Okay, but that actually has to go all the way. That one goes like that. Yeah, so, like I said, I think the very obvious correct solution was a polished deep slate border. I think I just like try to be a annoying weirdo and do other less obvious things first. I also would not know how to do that, so... Best fucking performance I've ever seen. Nice, I'm glad. I imagine you guys just drove up there for this. Oh, particularly since you're in the car. Is Toronto a long drive for you? Well, again, actually, I keep asking questions like you're gonna answer me. Yeah, now we've got something goofy and strange. I think it might be too much, but it was worth trying it all. I do think I think this is one of the things where I've made a weird thing. I actually think that there's a lot of promise in this thing. I think it will not go here. But I'm seeing the vision of some very cool shapes I can do. Particularly if I come in here and I replace this block with another stair or a slab. A top slab here will create an inner recess flat area, and then I could put like another light back there in a different design. Hit the gear on the video, then scroll down till you find closed captions. Oh no! I want to look now, because I'm curious, can I see that? Interesting. So I'm looking on desktop box. I do see closed captions, but it also says not available for this content. But I actually can see the option when I click on it. I think maybe like I'm doing something that's not, or like I'm not closed captioning, so it's not providing them to people. We should both set that up. There's an OBS plugin for that, apparently. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree, actually. Oh my god, not Nim and the cats. Luckily for me, I'm in the hell dimension. And there's no cats here. Excellent. I will drink some water instead. But yeah. Hold on 1 second. Before I drink this water. Alright. That would be the hell dimension. One would think the hell dimension would be full of cat for you. You'd think so. But hi, Nim. How are you doing? What are you up to? How's it going? Why does your country put the milk in the bag? What's the bag milk about? Ish EP, understandable. It's late. Glad to see you though. You have fun in your D&D? Less plastic, it's easier to store. Interesting. I guess my brain always assumes milk comes in cartons. And I'm like, so the bag is just, it's more plastic, isn't it? I assume... Yeah. I figure, I would hope so. Frankly, it'd be kind of weird if you didn't have curtains. Right, I'm not sure this is working either. This might have to be one where we really do just commit to the fact that it's going to be polished. Just polished deep across the top, and then all our visual interest is going to be the side walls. It's not going to be anything to do with the top ceiling. Which is actually what we've done in the big version of this too. But I think for now, we're going to call it here. I think what it really needs is just polished at the ends. I mean, I can try it. I don't... Like, I can already see the vision. I don't think it's going to fix it for me. Because it's overall, it's not doing what I really want it to do. We'll put it in. I mean, it will look better this way, for sure. Okay, we have cartons too. Cartons are 1 to 2 liters. The bags are like 4 liters worth. Can't use 4 liters of milk before it spoils. So yeah, I can barely use the 1 carton of milk before it spoils. Not gonna lie, Nim. So like bag milk's gotta be for like families who need a lot of milk, and not like one dumb idiot who's kind of using milk sometimes, which is what I am. But yeah, my problem, Ox, is actually just that it's creating by not the whole... Oh, and also, hi, Alyssa. Welcome to my new nether tunnel attempt. It's going much better, but we're stuck on the ceiling now. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it's coming along. Ooh, pretty border effect. We go through like 1 to 2 bags a week at the slowest. Oh, that's crazy. I am not a milk person. How many people out of, if you're okay with sharing, are you guys like going through 4 liters of milk in a week? Are you just drinking like, are you like just 4 people drinking just a lot of milk compared to us stupid Americans who hate bones? Is that what's happening here? And yeah, you see that you went to get Indian food. Alyssa, was it good? I hope it was good. But it's causing... 4 people use a lot for tea, cooking, and we just drink a bunch too. Gosh, yeah. Just like, I guess I'm just a non-milk. My brain was gonna be like, I'm a non-milker. Which sounds incredibly funny. My problem, Ox, though, again, is it just competes. It's too much visual noise. I wanted it to be one slightly different top thing rather than just all the polish, but I think I had this exact problem with the other version too, where it's too much. Yes, it looks good this way compared to the other one, but it is just, it's too much, and if we're gonna do a lot here and here, I don't want that to compete, particularly because we're also doing a lot here. We're gonna have a lot in the other 3, and I want this one to not be obtrusive, and I don't want it to try to compete with the other 3. So I think that that's why I'm like, no, I do think that no matter what, it's just gonna have to be solid polished, call it a day. The interesting thing about it is the little bit of shape it has, and then that's gonna be it. Yeah, it's too much visual. We actually had a version that was a lot more, it was those shapes, Alyssa. It really was actually those exact shapes you're describing before. Different. It was still brick in the center, and it was stair. I actually tried stair in both orientations too. I tried stair where the stair was built along the wall, and I tried stair where the stair was built against the center. And the one where it's built against the center with the shorter stair bit lining the outside looks really cool. It's a great shape. And I was like, this is an excellent shape. I love this. I'm going to use it somewhere. Problem is just, it's not great here. Again, the problem is not making the ceiling look interesting. The problem is actually that the rest of the tunnel is going to look interesting. And if you have something that's interesting on every like angle, it's just too much. You create a problem. Yeah, I figured having the stair might maintain some of that dimension while still allowing the ceiling to be polished. Yeah. I agree. I actually really agree. Eve, you're telling this to a person who likes to mix patterns? As in, you're saying that about Alyssa, or you're saying that about you? We do have polished slabs. Okay, Alyssa, yeah. We do have polished slabs, though. The thing is, Alyssa, I just actually don't think it needs dimension. I actually think what I wanted was, I wanted it to be a different texture, but not to stand out too much. Because what's going to happen is it's actually going to have dimension underneath, and it's going to have dimension in here. I don't know remember if you've seen the big one. Surely you were here for the big one. So we're mirroring this thing, sort of, but just much smaller and with slightly different design. And so what I love about the big one is these walls. The big one has this really cool texture going on with this. And we're going to try to do something similar. I'm not going to use these basalts again because I don't want it to be identical. But the goal is to have something also just eye-catching in that area. And then the floor is also going to be an eye-catching thing. And so much like the big one here, the ceiling is just so uninteresting because you just don't need to focus on the ceiling. It's so accessory to the gate itself. And I really think that you can't have visual noise everywhere. You need some part of the design to rest so that when you look at it, you're just like, you can glaze over that part and go back to looking at the interesting parts of it. That's my thoughts. This is a lot of what I think designing wise. So it's like with my pillars, interest here, interest there, but the center is just, it just exists. It's fine. You can just pass over it, no problem. So we're figuring it out. But like I said, I think I'm going to take I think this is all I'm going to do on this project for today. So what we still need to do is we still need to figure out a new and interesting thing for the walls here. Don't know what they'll be yet, but we're gonna put something back there. And I gotta decide if I want to do Eve, you just don't need to focus on a ceiling. Flashback to me making glazed terracotta art on my dark oak mansion ceilings. I love glazed terracotta. Something Da Vinci. But like I said, just every design I do, it needs somewhere where it rests. So like the B ceiling, for example, we have a very flashy back wall, we have a very flashy ceiling, and then we have nothing. There's nothing on these side walls. They have a underlight here, but that's it. And it's because we have visual interest here, and then you look at the sides and you can just gloss over them. Nothing, no problem. This room is visual interest, but then I do have just a plain stone in the back. And then the top is almost kind of a thing you think you can gloss, but then it's got something going on underneath it. So this room is one of the most visually noisy rooms I've built. But like here, I have this plain wall because the visual noise is in the ceiling and it's in the ground. But here in the bathroom, I do visual noisy ceiling. And so we have this plain wall because we have interest on the floor, interest on the door side, interest on the ceiling, and interest in here. But then we have just sections where you're like, okay, I can just like brush over whatever the fuck's going on over here. We don't care about that. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you've noticed, Alyssa. Have you ever gotten to like a tour of the houses that I've built? Have you ever been here for that? Because I can. If you don't know that there are bathrooms in the mall, there are bathrooms in every house I've built. But yeah, this room, you come up, you got this living room, you got the nice backyard, then you come up to the bedroom area, which is through this hall. And it's disconnected from the actual house itself. You come over here, you got your like living room almost, another bedroom. Haha, hee hee. And then you have a bathroom. And then yeah, hee hee, haha. Also, it's over here. I don't know how many people noticed that it's over here as well. You didn't notice Oxide? Yeah. It's all over that house. It's everywhere on that house. It's very fun. But then this house has two bathrooms, actually, Alyssa. We got one bathroom in here. Same thing. It's like boring wall. Kind of a boring wall, because it's just the shower. But then this beautiful lime green ceiling. It's like this one. Again, the walls, relatively boring, but the floor and the ceiling are the highlights here. And that back wall over there is pretty cool, too. This room is really, really busy on this side. A lot of cool. Then again, we do just have like a relatively uninteresting other side to it. But then, obviously, this room has the mega bathroom. This bathroom goes hard as hell, in my opinion. And yeah, so that's generally how I try to design points of interest, and then like again other areas where you can just rest when you look at them, and so you're just not getting like you get blasted all the time with some detail to look at. Much as I do enjoy like my gothic insanity that's happening here as well, there's some degrees to which it happens, but then you still get a wall that's just like, here's just like a flat section of wall that I don't really want you to have to think too hard about. So this needs some work. The shaping here needs work. But yeah, so I think for now, like I said, I'm going to call it on that project. We're going to play a little bit of League. But I'm very happy with how this is coming out. Yippee! Wee! I'm much happier with this now. I don't know how we're going to marry it to the tunnel yet. That's the next trouble. Figuring out how the hell to reintegrate the tunnel design. And like whether I should eat another one or so block, like recess the tunnel design to make the gate stand a little more. Let's see. A lot of thinking to do here still on this project. But like I said, I'm much happier with how it's looking right now. And it'll still always have the little sign on it. Sign will help us see it coming because it's gonna be like right there and it's gonna be glowing. Maybe, actually, maybe I just be like rude. Is it better if I put it on the inside? No, I don't think that's better. I think it is just gonna sit here. Just the kind of little uninteresting label on the thing itself. I could be kind of demented and I could put it on the outside. I feel like that looks ridiculous. Yeah, so that'll be a brighter element. Because it'll have the green letters again. We'll see. But now, like I said, we're off to the League of Legends. Let's go to the desktop. Let's close the Minecraft, which now chugs and takes a second to close. Look at our bird friend. By the way, bird jump scare, I guess, for other people who weren't here earlier, but check out our awesome bird that we've been government assigned the desktop of. Guy looks sick as hell. Let me adjust our category. League of Legends. Lego Legends. Lord. Okay, cool. We're here. Blank. We've made it. I'm gonna run a ad really quick. Not going anywhere, but try to run one before we actually launch into the games usually. For those of you who can still hear me, what should we do while the other people are trapped in Ad Town? I drink some water, honestly. Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry about that, Nim. I muted my thing when I went to drink some water during the break. But yeah, it's league time, Vex. Let's go. I think Ox is the only one who would care about this redeem, but I adjusted the value of one of the redeems. Which is very funny. But it's actually just because I kind of think I need to play some of those games. Surprise party skin, let's go. What's up, Artemis? So we are actually going to queue for something a little different today. Autofill possible. Primary support, we're not going to get autofilled. I dare you, game. Autofill me out of support. Oh, it took me way too long to find it. We are indeed doing solo duo draft. Because there are some mission quests that require me to be on Summoner's Rift. See, I was like, there's no way. It's not going to fill me out of support. Sure, I will swap pick with top laner. Eve is going to get autofill top lane and choose violence. I would be going to ban this guy, because I just hate laning against Draven.
Draven out.
Dislike it, even when he's bad. Just don't want to do it, friends. Right. Other monitor, I'm going to pull up some information right now. I want to look at really quick. What are we doing on Sona right now, items wise? I think I'm gonna play Sona. I think we're gonna commit. We're gonna start grinding our main champion again. Raven once again dropped into the pit. Get him out of here. Not that Gwen support game. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do it. This is just such a good comp to play Zyra into. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna play our main, and we're gonna get back into the habits required to play our champion. As much as Zyra is a good match into all of this, we need to just start actually playing our character. This is a relatively interesting comp. A lot of melee here. A lot of early game. I do think that means that this build is correctish. I think we will go carry regardless. I think we want all the rest of this though. We're supporting a Vladimir, which is very interesting. Yeah, Draven once again, Gwen support game. Gwen, my beloved. Unfortunately, not a Gwen support game. I'll save the Gwen for you, Nim. And yeah, get the Draven out of here. Throw him in the trash. Let's see how this goes, friends. If it loads. I currently see my cursor on a black screen, which you guys don't see, but that's what I see. On game. Like the client to open now. Okay, that's the other thing. Would the client like to work? Would it like to not work today? Have we crashed League of Legends in a new and interesting way? This might require a relog, friends, because I think something has actually gone wrong here. See if I can force it to want to try to reconnect us. There we go. I had to Control-Alt-Delete, just kill the client, and then it actually looks like it worked. Hold on, I'm gonna have to tab really quick. Now we're going to buy these, we're gonna buy this, we're gonna level this.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Jungler is starting topside, so there's not a lot of reason for me to
Minions have spawned.
scout our bushes here. Particularly because I think invades don't really happen anymore. Not with the new minion spawn timer being so fast. Look, the minions are already coming. There's no way for us to fight before. That's a change I actually don't like. Forcing everybody effectively to go to lane so quickly because... So we have... Yep, it's Pantheon. Well, we've survived that. Now we just gotta recuperate, chill, and just start to chip these two. Because they failed to kill us at the most, like, critical time they could have. They really wanted that. But it has not worked out for them. That was a brutal level 1. That was a devastating level 1, or early lane for them. I can't save this guy, but at least I get out. Okay, anyway. Getting that early lane win for us is so good, because that lets me go back. I can buy my tier, I can buy these boots, I can buy a ward, and you get 2 potions. That's an incredible start for me. And Vladimir was able to get some good items too. So we're just very ahead on this now. Despite getting like giga, like level 1 all in. Now if we can just survive for a little bit, play it sort of safe. Mostly we want to stay out of Pantheon's range. Problem is I don't really know how to help this guy farm super well because he's a champion I don't usually support.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
So they got us, but trade still went okay because Vladimir lived. We got a 1-for-1. They threw another flash. So like, we came out ahead on resources even though I died. The investment was lower for us. And Vayne didn't get the kill. There's another thing that's really good for us here. If Vayne had gotten that. This isn't good because this is pushing away from us, so I'm going to go back and speed this guy in. So here, we're just going to sit back and we're just going to keep doing this to Vayne. We're going to keep hitting her every time we can with a little bit more damage.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, we're winning this pretty hard now. They've kind of irrevocably lost this lane at this stage. Alright, now we're gonna fall here. That was their jungler, actually.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, we got our boots. Here we value speed a lot in this matchup. We gotta work here at reestablishing some amount of control of the lane. That was bad on me. I took a tower hit that I shouldn't have.
An ally has been slain.
Wukong's top side.
An enemy has been slain.
We're just trying to hit them as hard as we can while we know their jungler was on the wrong side of the map for them. When we get into this tower here. I want to see if we can get this plate. I don't know if Vladimir wants to keep pressing right here or if he wants to go back. Ow. Uh-oh.
Killing spree.
We lived through another gank, though. I don't know where this Pantheon went.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Alright, well, we've won this. We took this turret.
Enemy killing spree.
Now I think we start to help our team elsewhere.
Your turret has been destroyed. Killing spree.
Again, it was a brutal fight, but we took 4 of them for 2 of us. Vladimir gets to free push middle. As long as the trades are difficult. This game has not been easy, but they are not beating us on these trades. We've played very hard to get to this stage that we are. And the level of advantage that we do enjoy here. I got Wukong's solo ult right there. Team was not on the dragon side of the map, so we have not caring too much about dragon objectives. I need to just rotate to support my Vladimir.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Not the Diana, being slightly homophobic. A flash there.
Has been slain.
That was not a good fight in the end of grand scheme of things there. We're not doing Baron, at least. Didn't think that they would be.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stand ready.
Enemy killing spree.
But we don't really have a good idea of how my team wants to attempt to win this. It's a big part of the problem. My team is just... So I gotta go back, gotta buy some items. My team just doesn't really have any good map sense, so there's not really like a plan here of how to win this game. But yeah, this team just groups and fights a lot better. So we won the lane, but...
Has been destroyed.
But yeah, I'm not really sure how we can do this. I know. Ox, you happen to be around? Thank you. Yeah, never seen that one before.
An ally has been slain.
But yeah, that guy is a little silly if he thinks I won't trade for him. Can't be on this side though, not with that.
Intensify.
Not enough teammates here.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is dominating.
I don't know why Vladimir was over there. It's pretty funny, Ox. I have it on good authority that if someone is pregnant right now, it couldn't possibly be Eve's. Yep. But we can't possibly actually go check that. They're there for sure, but
An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor has respawned.
I don't know where this Graves wants to be. It's never seemingly somewhere that useful. We take this next big fight in the base. That's all that's gonna happen here. Maybe we bet. No, we're not gonna buy this in time. These guys are like going off though. This is a toxic game. Where is my team at, though? This guy's just too busy being toxic and talking to even join into fight. It does have some amount of base gold because I have an item. I am indeed base golding by having my my item that helps me. I have a support item. But like, again, don't really know what team wants to do here. I think the Malphite is trying his best. I think he's like the only one at this point that's still trying his best. The rest of my teammates are like, what if we just yell at each other and the other team the whole time? We suffer. Like, Chase could be helping here. He's not. But he could be. Like, my team just stopped trying at all by the end of that match. They just all tilted out of their minds. They stopped even trying to fight. That's just, I got absolute broken mental in this game. I will honor the Malphite, because he never stopped playing. These other three did. The Malphite continued to play the game. Got an S for that game. And so did the Malphite. But like, these guys, they just lost it. I think one of the hardest things about trying to play ranked in this mode is that actually the most important thing is truly not your like mechanical skill, it's not your knowledge, it's not all this. It really is your mental. It's how willing and able you are to continue to play games that have become difficult, challenging, when you're struggling, when things are not going well for you. It's your ability to continue to try. Play games where, again, no matter what happens, you're going to keep doing your best, you're going to keep attempting to make good plays, etc., etc. And that was just not what happened in that game. My teammates just lost their minds and were like, no, we're gonna stop trying, we're gonna just start yelling at each other, we're gonna engage talking with the other team rather than playing. And it's unfortunate. Some games just go that way. Yeah, you gotta have perseverance for this kind of game. And I think it's the same Artemisa you might see with art. You have to have the right mindset to persevere through when it gets ugly and difficult. And the problem is, like, imagine if instead of having to like try to work on a hard drawing, you could just yell at somebody else that was like also angry and yelling. Then that's what happens in League, is that the people, rather than keep trying to work on their own ability to get better and to climb and to do things, they get sidetracked into just losing their minds and just being like, no, I gotta scream at this guy. It's more important than what we're doing. And it costs you games like that. It really is. Like, that was a very winnable game. We were doing really good. And then my team just could not get it together. They couldn't group. They couldn't play as a team. Then they just started to go bananas at each other. Yeah, it slowly slipped away from us. You can see we were leading for a large chunk of the game. It was just, nope. Yeah, that's honestly like, dude, please focus on your building your skills. Keeping calm being one of them. Yep, keeping calm is a skill. A lot of people are not good at using it. So we've climbed our one level that we definitely needed to climb today. I think we might just call it there. I don't know if anybody really wants to watch another game. So I think we'll go ahead and pack it in. Yeah, regardless, it's after midnight and Ox needs to go to bed. So I think we'll call it here. Thank you all for being here. Let me close this. Let me go back to this screen. Let's reopen this. Switch our category back. And we're just going to end today. I just do this stuff like reflexively at this point in case we were writing, but So once again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I hear the Minecraft. I did not see the Minecraft. It's tiny behind the other thing. That's funny. But yeah, thank you all for being here. We're gonna be working on maybe some changes to the stream. Like I said, probably gonna stream Tuesdays instead of Wednesdays. We might do earlier streams on the 2 weekend days by like maybe a little more. Depends on how we feel about this all. We'll see, because on Friday and Sunday I can obviously stream much earlier than I do. And so we'll see. But yeah, so like I said, thanks for being here, everyone. I will catch you on Tuesday, and I hope you have a great rest of the evening. I hope you all rest well, and I will see you later. 'Cause yeah, good night and goodbye. Goodbye. See where there's the thingy.